Alrighty. Hello everyone and welcome to another video. You can tell I'm a I'm a video person, not a streamer. But potato. Let me try to get chat going. Who's okay, thank you YouTube. I forgot it does that. Cancel the open in app because the app doesn't work. I love pulling out chat. Do you guys know how much work I put in to having to open up chat? It's frankly not that much, but do you know? I'm gonna quickly go over a few things because I did play a little yesterday off camera. It's been a while, but I said I will be streaming horrifically inconsistently, just as when I can, and last week was busy. But here's what I did last time. Great opening shot too. That item just despawned in front of me. Traitor. But yes. What I did was I did a little test here. Because I know there's this steam boiler add-on. And what I found is that the steam boiler add-on for this generator, and I do like my speed upgrades, what can I say? The steam boiler add-on, which, you know, obviously, I'm sure you guys know how steam power works. I checked, and it actually produces significantly more power. The normal generator produces 383, I believe. And I say I believe, I could easily check, so I'm just gonna do that instead. 384 power, whereas now, it's producing in the thousands range. But then I found something really weird about this steam turbine, right? It actually improves in efficiency on around 70%. As you can see here, the closer it is to full throughput and fastest processing speed, the worse the power production becomes. Don't believe that? Well, if I go over here, you can see it's at 1000%, but it's only at 64-ish%. Meanwhile, these turbines, or engines, they're at 139, they're producing more power yet using less steam. Why they set it up like this, I have no idea. Because typically I feel like a machine, like a steam turbine of all things, should be engineered in a way where it's supposed to operate at max power. But these ones certainly aren't. So, 3 with a speed upgrade seems to be optimal. Although now I happen to be a little curious if I used an efficiency module. And I'll explain why I would actually consider making an efficiency module for once in my entire 2 playthroughs for the first time. How do you even make one of these? Not fun. Yeah. Break this as well. Because now this thing's gonna be running a lot slower. Wait a second. Do the efficiency add-ons? I guess it only makes more power. Did it? I guess that would technically use less fuel, but I thought they would be slower, right? Are speed modules for generators not worth it? Because now energy efficiency. So now we are making more power, Here's something I never thought I would actually use, but I guess it's sensible for testing purposes. Great, now I have to go in here and give me the energy trash can. Never thought that would be useful. Oh right, there's only like one spot on this generator where you can actually take out power, and it's right here in these two little prongs. The why, I really wish I knew, but... Perhaps I just turned the whole thing around. I know how dumb that sounds, but... Oh. I guess that makes sense. It's a Giga FE. Yeah, I'm certain that's probably enough for the test. Alright. So like this, we're generating that much. Without that, we're generating this much. And with this, we're generating still that much. So it literally is just better for fuel economy. There's literally no downside to using efficiency. And you can have 2 efficiencies on here. 40% more power with absolutely no penalty. Huh. Also, now it sounds like a lava generator. Alrighty then, these are going to be at a crawl because their burn rate is pretty much at minimum. Okay then. Yeah, you can make these really efficient. Of curiosity, if I use a speed module, I'm guessing we just lose the efficiency on this? Yeah. So now it's just faster, it doesn't use more fuel. Which I wouldn't complain about, but... And then there's max charge. So, I guess using this combination would make it way more efficient. And I'm pretty sure this is optimal with only 2 boilers. And this is just running a normal... Wait. But would that affect steam production efficiency? No. So it's 80 ticks per burn, and now it is 96 ticks, so it is more efficient. Would have been weird otherwise. But without this, is it still at 96 ticks? It is. Huh. Now this would be even higher. I didn't mean to put that, but I want to see. It is even higher. Huh. I'm guessing this just drops back to down to 80. No, it drops it to 53, even though it's at 100% efficiency. Because it burns faster, and therefore makes more power. I see, said the blind man. But technically, this is the most efficient you can make this, I believe, fuel-wise. because we're using fuel extremely slowly, and this will ramp up. It's already getting close to double the base power production, if I'm not mistaken, which was about 250, right? 256. I'm so surprised this is so inefficient, though. You actually don't want a 100, like, get those at 100, which is interesting, but there's no throttling in this game, or in this mod, so I don't really know how you're supposed to do that. Okay. We're a little over efficiency, but yeah, that turned 256 to about 700 power per tick, so it certainly is way more efficient to use a boiler add-on, and the Steam setup is not exactly complicated to set up. My only problem with this is it's actually kind of less power efficient. I know what you're thinking, turning one generator with an efficiency module to do 700 power per second is less efficient. To me, what I would say is, this doesn't turn off, because steam engines are not load balanced. They run forever. And the problem with that is, you know, this is not going to only use as much as it needs. It's going to use wow, these are producing the same amount of power. Yet this one's taking significantly less steam. Half, huh? Anyways, I would assume this would make it worse by quite a lot. Just saying it's more efficient, but we're not keeping up with this draw. So now we're gonna go under efficient, I believe. It is dropping. I wonder if 3 would be better. It's about the exact same. It's just now instead of being over, we're under, and we're using the same amount of steam. Interesting. But my only problem with this form of power generation, right, is simply that this will never turn off, which means it's always going to be producing steam, which means they're always going to be running these engines, which means it's never really truly going to be too optimal to do it this way. If I had machines that were always running, yeah, I would say this is more efficient by a lot, producing more power than the other method, with less fuel than the other method, for just a few extra materials. It's as good as it is unnecessary, because I have 2 overclocked generators, and I've never actually exceeded 1 overclocked generator of use. Which means one of them is pretty much always in standby, meaning it's never using fuel. And they only use fuel as fast as they discharge, so in an ironic sense, I think if my base is at least idle, this is far less efficient. And even if my base isn't idle, it's only barely more efficient. But yeah, don't blame me, I got curious, okay? Now back to the actual playthrough, because I did something else off of stream. Yes, still good. There's no audio because the application isn't making any, okay? Alright, so that's still filling up. What I did, there was actually a bit. I have some silicone wash, which makes some silicone. And look at this. Barely ticking away. There's only 1. And also, fuel conservation is not a priority. I want sulfuric acid, and the only way to get a lot of sulfuric acid, which is not rendered, is to burn a lot of fuel. And, you know, if I somehow burn all my fuel, I have tons of naphtha I need to destroy anyways. So, in reality, I'm not worried. Do I not have more of those beams? 2. Well, I'm gonna need to make more then. Very mixed opinions on that. I want another refinery. Oh right, I only have one spare tank. Why can't I make more than that? Because I'm out of pipes. Now I have plenty of pipes. And we use this. And this recipe. To Kyobu. Very good. And with this, I'll do this. I forget where the rest are, but I'm pretty sure this will compensate. Except I only made one. Why do I not have all of them? There you go. That's all that I need. Now I need to make a cauldron, which this is probably the worst way of doing. Well, that surprised me. And that's another refiner. Ooh, I do like these endgame recipes and stuff. Nice and easy. And the reason why is I just wanted to put some naphtha in it. Because if I'm not mistaken, naphtha has a... Yeah, you can use naphtha to make reinforced carbon, which I will be needing very soon. If that's the only thing I need in there. It is. It's actually really funny. From that silicon rock recipe, there is that recipe, which is also super duper useful for tons of plastic. There's also this really bad recipe that turns gravel directly into silicone wash, which means you never actually need to get more quartz. But the reason I don't think that's too good is because I can just produce quartz. When I say that, I literally mean I can just produce quartz. It's just catalyst beads and some mineral slurry, and boom, full quartz. So it's deceptively cheap, which I like a lot. And since I don't really care about this too much, aesthetically at least, I can just fill this out, have it directly connect. Clustered, yes, but refineries should not care. Look at it fill up. Just have to worry about powering it. Shouldn't be too bad. Also, 9 machine cores for one building is just a little annoying. There it goes. It just goes to the set value and after checks to see if it's been changed, which is simple enough. But yes, and also you're probably wondering what I plan to do, and I plan to do something really stupid. Take a guess. I want to make one of these. Not because it's good, just because, well, it's busy work. And also it's like an endgame item, so who cares? So let's just focus on getting the base materials. That's not the recipe I should be using. Where is that even being used? Why is there strange matter listed? I think I already have amethyst. So that doesn't need to be crafted. Does it say the strange matter and shield fire? No, shield fire is in this recipe. How strange. I know I was poking around at alternate recipes the other day, and I can assure you it didn't say anything about strange matter. I think that's just the more ender pearl heavy way. Yep, right here. For some reason, I use this as my favorite recipe rather than this. So now I actually need oil instead, which makes more sense. I'm gonna get a lot of naphtha, which who cares, right? I think I was looking for the alternate things for batteries. You can craft them, but horribly inefficient. or no, dubious containers and how they needed stuff or something. I know I did some exploring. I also found an alternate recipe to get these, which involves unholy intelligence, and those are horrific to make, although it's hilarious how you can just burn them as fuel. Yeah, that's exactly what I would do with my endgame resource. Alright, but to do this silly business, I'm gonna need another thing. Actually, three things. The atomic forge, which involves netherite mining, which I should have done yesterday, so you guys don't have to watch it. This horrific machine called the Andretic laser, known for tearing my base apart on numerous occasions. We actually have to make some of these, and you're supposed to use a particle accelerator, but we don't get that luxury. You have to use this really stupidly expensive one that wants a single superconductor craft per, and we're gonna need multiples. Oh boy. My least favorite, but we're gonna need a target designator. No one told me about that one last time, but apparently it's very necessary. Let me see, I need circuit boards for this thing. Just need that. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to make a lot. Okay, so it's a nickel and a diamond. I probably don't have the diamonds, but maybe there's a better way of getting them. Well, I already know about fragmenting. Is it actually the same if you crush them? No, you have to fragment for 2. You can not really make them. 500 joules of collision energy. I would love to try this, but trust me, particle accelerators will never be worth it. I think I'd be better off using fortune for diamonds. Or just sucking it up. In terms of amethysts, we're done. I already made some wafers. There's 2 recipes here. You can use the atomic forge, which is 2 silicone, a fiber strand, and you get 1. But I already make silicone wash as a byproduct, so yeah, it's a little bit more efficient. Which is how I got so many in such a short time. But yes, one thing at a time. First we're doing netherite mining, and then I can worry about just how poor I'm going to be. I don't even see the diamonds I'm going to need. Do I really only have 3 diamonds? I really should check if that's the right recipe, but it is. I'm gonna need an absolutely horrific amount of stuff, and probably more ender pearls by like a lot, so. Yippee. Oh, it runs. Look at this, it's sufficient enough. Plus, when I do ore washing, I get what I need anyways. Alright, one of these I have been acquired. This horrific machine takes a ton of power for very little output. And I don't even know where to build one. I should deal with that. Maybe like this? I mean, the forge doesn't really care. It's not very picky. As long as there's line of sight to it being like here-ish, the forge should just work. To my knowledge. Remove this, it's not gonna charge up. I'd love to get a speed add-on because these things are painfully slow. And typically this will help. That's okay. For some reason that's port, even though it doesn't say it is. One here. I want to use this pickaxe. Look at that bounding box. Not a clue. Oh my gosh. Alright. Now this thing is gonna want one of these to stare at me better. Hi. And then this is where we're putting the atomic forge. But I also need a designator. As you can see here, it's gonna require a lot. Mainly a lot of oh no. Mainly a lot of microprocessors, which I'm gonna pretend I didn't just remove something important. And you guys can tell me what I removed, if anyone's even saw that. But wait, I can just check. Or get beat up. Both work, just... Okay. Cool, can you like not, child? Why do they make baby zombies so annoying? Yeah, it's gonna irritate me to no end if I don't know exactly what I deleted. It's time to use YouTube's unique UI for this. Connect your encoder to go live. You sure about that one? And it wants to crash. Okay then. This is so wonky. Maybe like this. Fully slow. And typically this will help. That's okay. For some reason that's port, even though it doesn't say it is. One here. I want to use this pickaxe. Look at that bounding box. Not a clue. Oh my gosh. One of the nice things of recording while you do something is you can just look at your recording when you mess something up. Do I have... Ah, it was the Andretic Eye laser thing. That's what fell out. Alright. I'm gonna go mine for netherite until day. See you guys. Welcome to hell, everyone. Fortunately, netherite's actually not too bad in this mod, because beryllium can actually be crafted with platinum and coal. So yes, trees and platinum's all you need to make netherite. However, netherite can also be made from alloying scrap with gold. And you can fragment into 2 scrap, so yeah, you should just be crafting it, but you don't have to. Although I'm really unlucky with finding netherite, so bear with me while I go mining. "12 is the right level to be, or around 12. When I say around 12, what I mean is that by doing this, you can see in world that you want to be just like, basically 12. Reminds me of the good old days on console, when this is how I used to play Minecraft pretty much exclusively. I'm gonna say I was always looking for ore. Because base Minecraft, besides the Ender Dragon, really has no base game. Like, there's not really any base objective, is there? Use my sandal tunnel. Yes, you can complain about me not doing optimal strip mining, but I always come out with a stack of diamonds in a short period of time, so I'll let you be the judge of how useful that is. As I prefer iron picks over anything else, yes. The new cave rework, though, made it a little bit worse to strip mine. I was supposed to be like, there's no way that's it. And I was right, there was no way, because that wasn't it. Man. And yes, my plan is literally just to dig in a straight line until I hit netherite. Complain all you want about beds. I'm not listening. Sheep or ancient cities are just not something I feel like dealing with. You know, this might be too exciting. Yeah. I certainly wouldn't blame anyone for using, like an ore X-ray when mining for netherite. I really wouldn't blame anyone. And of course, I have to be in basalt, which takes longer to mine. Oh, would you look at that? They decided to show their face early. Thank goodness. One is all I need anyways. I mean, I wouldn't say no to more, but yeah, just one. Anyways, here's the damage. It's significantly less than last time. Wow. Get me out of here. I never want to go mining for netherite again. Although this time it's not nearly as bad. And I literally mined until day. Funny enough. Guess we're gonna get that crushed down into 2 scraps. Yes, indeed. You wanna go? Just come out into the light. Genius. Creeper, get him. Creeper, get the child. Nice. Free bow. My inventory is that full. Is basalt even, like, useful, besides, like, making it look nice? Nope, literally just building material. I guess, not much better? Nope. Okay, cool. Can you not? Now here's the thing. Technically, right? Technically speaking, netherite is not a renewable resource. It is not. The reason why I say that is because Dulium, what I'm going to be mass producing in a bit, that technically is a netherite alloy, even though netherite's already in, like a multi-alloy. So it turns out diamond, netherite, and nickel is what netherite's made of. I think I said that wrong last time. Oh, and I also never covered the second part of my ore processing. It goes into this intermediate chest where it then gets filtered into 3 to 5 foundries. And then spat into this final chest, which has been working quite well. And essentially, what I did was I made sure there's only 2 options per foundry that's supposed to have copper in it, or this could have copper in it. And they're on a white list, so essentially, you know, let's find one that has it. If any, well I guess this one, nope, they're all empty apparently. Interesting. But let's say there was iron in here, right? And the other one's gold, well, you know. Iron or, if I have, okay, since I refine 3 gems at a time, and I need 2 to do the next process, right? Basically only allowing 2 different gem types into a refiner at once basically means I'll always have at least one, you know, of the 2 that can get clogged, there's 2 slots, 2 items can get clogged, therefore it's inevitable that it's going to clear up again. Essentially, it's just convenience. Anyways, there is netherite scrap. Oh, and you're back. You showed up yesterday. And I could go and mine my own glowstone. Blue ice could be funny, but I have the industrial chiller. I mean, always exotic. Now, what I really could use is some leather, and you seem to be offering none, which sucks. Bows. I have so many bows and so many arrows. It's really new to me to actually have arrows. And yes, that fluid add-on is completely useless. I don't want to hear it. Uh-huh is right. Anyways, now for cheap netherite. Look at that. Somehow that takes as long to make as bioplastic. Kinda funny, but that's never gonna get used. Oh, and also I killed the skeleton with a backpack and got this. I know looping doesn't work with 2. Now with this, I need to mix it with platinum. So, the atomic forge basically means I'm switching netherite for 2 coal. Or 2 logs. That is actually really funny. Well, and also you could just make nether source, although I'm pretty sure, I mean, I guess if you could run a particle accelerator, this is a fine deal. However, it's kind of funny just how much it is. Yeah, look at that, that's absurd. Which is why I'm not doing that. Now I need platinum, for some reason, to downgrade the ingot, admittedly. I also want to know how much of this stuff will I need. I see a 9. Is that really the case? That I only need 9? Could just mine for that, but yeah, you wouldn't catch me dead doing that. Alright. Really only 3 for this chip. Huh. Really? That little? For an in-game item, only 3 netherite. It's okay. I mean, why the hell not, right? So this needs 6. And the reason I'm using this machine right now is because it has a tendency to be really slow. I don't know, maybe I can find use for that. That certainly won't be used, but maybe. Really wish those were cheaper, but nope. And now it's running. It's really slow though, so we're just gonna come back to that when I have the Atomic Forge built. Speaking of which, I do believe this is the only way to get it until I get the Atomic Forge. Because, yeah, this just gets significantly cheaper. And the Atomic Forge is going to need at least one. Alright, well. Goodbye, 1 of 2 netherite. It's gone for good now. To a downgrade, which is just carbon and platinum. It's halfway. Alright. I'm gonna need at least 3. Not 3. I want to buy glowstone, I can easily afford it. That I can just make, that's useless. Wouldn't need, I mean... I don't know why I'm thinking so hard about it. So here's what I'm going to need next. Pretty on the expensive side if you ask me, but... I also need a laser designator. This is a mandatory thing if you want to do this, so... Make sure you make one of these. Next up, the Atomic Forge. So now I just need to produce 2 upgrades. I'm actually low on platinum. That's my only low resource right now. Time for bed. Alright. Also disabled that, it's pretty expensive to run. So I don't know how I already forgot. Oh yeah, I'm gonna also need that fluxite from upstairs. And also apparently a lot of diamonds, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Alright, that's going. And I can always just make fluxite, right? So. Expensive in a particle accelerator when you can just turn amethyst directly into fluxite. Yeah, just like that. And I guess amethyst can't be crushed. Nope. I guess it does need to be shards. You can't just run it through a pulverizer and expect it to come out fully formed, but considering there's geodes, it's funny. But yeah, the reason why this thing kinda sucks is because for some reason we've gotten to a point of advancement where we've just forgotten how to include electrical cables. We've now pulled an apple, and everything now must be, you know, wireless or buy your own, charge it separately, which is what I had to do. And now I use this useless designator of mine. One time in the entire playthrough, I shit you not. That's new. Nope. This to you. I guess this to you. Yep. Now it's going. I literally kid you not, that's all this is used for. Reinforced carbon is just easy. Can I just like put these only in one slot and... Yep. This is what the speed module's for. It's technically less efficient, but... look how much it needs. It's not too much, it's just slow. But yeah, look at this. We've taken an electrical outlet for one machine into another machine. Man, isn't innovation incredible compared to this all just running a single cable underneath it? We've now innovated to the point where we have to use this as an electrical cable. And it looks like a normal electrical cable. Oh, it's also throughput limited. The future is incredible. And there's cheap netherite. Brilliant. Alright, well, back to this. Yes, and the reason why I also wanted that is because I need to do a ton of engravings. And engravings are kind of annoying. There's a lot of layers, they're actually not too bad. This is gonna take forever to craft, I'm realizing, but yeah, you need these to these to these to these to this. So let's work on superconductors. The least favorite item of mine. Yep. How many of these can I make? Not really enough. Maybe I need plastic? That would be a yes. How many of these am I gonna need? One thing at a time. So my inventory now? I'm gonna need to make some of these. And that's all my diamonds. So it looks like someone here is going to be mining for diamonds and nickel. And my enchantment setup is far from done. Maybe I can force that silk touch? I hope I can. Honestly, fortune or silk touch, I'll take either at this point. Give me one of these. I don't want to hear anything about my setup looking bad. Okay, now I need to make an enchanting table in my inventory. What do I need? Obsidians and those last diamonds I've already used. This is why you think before you do. And I'm also going to need to burn some ender pearls. That I'm actually okay with. I'll be honest. I'm just gonna make a vertical tunnel. Pretty done with doing this. Go. And I'll build this with dirt, why not, right? Can't believe it took me so long to make a dirt stick going straight down. Anyways, diamonds. It's only this update which makes mining for diamonds good, and if you think I already missed a pair, I want to use fortune on that, because I am not going to find whatever else is in here. It's a one and done sort of thing exploring some of these caverns. I don't have a W key, okay? I don't want to hear it. I guess I wouldn't be hearing it if you're writing it in a chat. Well, I found a slime chunk. I have infinite silicone, so this isn't exactly what I would call helpful, but... do need platinum, though. A platinum, though, I guess. Oh, there it is. I'm never finding this again. Have two. Well, we're good. That's kind of funny. Looks like they dug completely around it. Saves me a bit of effort, I guess, but now I can make that enchanting table if I really wanted. But, you know, I'm not going to be here so soon, so... you know, why not just take a little in, right? I would actually like to keep some of these torches. Which is fine, I have tons of inventory after all. Not sure those are apart. With Y we press. We put. See uranium down here. No, but I do see one of these. I don't even really feel like it, to be fair. Maybe I will. Oh. I don't know why, but this armor seems to make you immune to cave spiders. I'm really not sure why. Out of my way. Did you have to jump? I guess so. Oh, that's convenient looking. I have all these torches, I might as well use them even though I have full night vision. Can't see shit. A shortcut. Okay. This is not gonna be at a high durability, right? No. That's crazy though, I'm getting a lot of these. Them bows. Means I need to use them more, don't I? Should be mining redstone as well. Not sure why I'm not, but I will be needing tons. Yeah. Strange. How convenient. How inconvenient. Never mind, I lie. So they really do just form like that? So strange. I don't get it. Stone, red, stone, red, stone, red, stone, red, stone. Technically, that was still stone, you can't stop me. Okay, I just looked at my menu map and looked, there's not anything here. It turns out there was. I could turn nickel into platinum if I really wanted to. Might have to at this rate. Well, there's some easier bids than this. So... just say my inclination is not as high as it can be. Now if you're wondering why I'm not strip mining for diamonds, I don't wanna. Yeah, I'm gonna need some platinum too. How do I keep doing this? It's a little bit weird. I see the skeleton. I thought there was a skeleton. Looks like there's a cobweb. Here I was thinking mining nickel would not be worth it. That's at least 3 diamonds. 4 diamonds. Really? I'm gonna mine nickel more often. This logic. No, it was one of those. Oh, this is what all my torches are for. Yeah, seriously, I don't know what part of my gear makes me immune to poison, but it's a nice touch. Call it wasteful, it was in my way, and I don't think I'll ever find this mineshaft. Not conveniently, at least. Also, cave spiders are not fun to farm. Oh boy. Oh boy. So that was nickel. Down here again. But why? Yeah, I see all the redstone. I have plenty of redstone. More redstone. At least they make it easy to get redstone in mass. That's what matters. Mine some more platinum by proxy. Honestly, nickel's so common. I might actually do the bad nickel recipe. Because you can actually get more platinum out of nickel if you don't process it as well. Which means I might actually have a better incentive to do a lower end refinement, like I do on platinum for fluxite for nickel and platinum. Because normally platinum I don't think is too rare, but it is now. So yeah, this nickel's going to be turned mostly into, well, nickel, but platinum as well. Next, we're focused on platinum. Alright, well, who wants to see if I can find my way out of this place? Huh. Speak of the devil, it just shows up. How nonchalant that is. Really? Well, that's nice. What? Does this generate like diamonds? Or are these just 2 veins? I can never tell. Remember when lapis was blue dye and there was no alternative? Because I do. These were times of Minecraft. That's where the slime chunk was. I don't know why nickel always seems to be guarding some like really interesting stuff, but nickel seems to always be guarding some really interesting stuff. And I want a dice. Here's more mine shaft, huh? Gotta love how damage just drops you. Yeah, that's right. Need more food. And I also don't need any of these. No, now I think about it, it's kind of funny that I'm taking a chainsaw to a bunch of melons. But yes, I only have normal diamonds, but I got a good amount. Start this up. Ooh, look at those. And I actually would like to run platinum first. I would add a speed if this thing wasn't already bloody expensive. I should have obsidian. Strong words, I know, but... realistically, I could just take apart my nether portal, but we both know that's not gonna happen. I actually need to go make some netherite. Netherite, what? I've already made all my netherite. Speaking of which, you should be done now. Yes, you are. Now you need these wafers for your output. I could have sworn I saved some, but I think it's only 4 for an enchanting table. I think last time I got 5, I only needed 4. You have a bucket in you. So I think we all know where this is gonna go. That's right, over to the jungle lava. You really thought I was gonna go underground, didn't you? I did too, until I realized there's a huge hole here that I want to fall down. Wow. It's a huge hole. Wow, it's -1 from the surface. Caves and cliffs at its finest. My only complaint? Well, yeah, it's not very fun, and you can also fall down here by accident. No. Yeah. Well, there was an ender pearl. It certainly is gone now, but I should have gotten it. Alright, I looked at it, and you saw that, but... Java's super lenient with these guys. Hell, I even look at... Like, if I could see the Enderman on Bedrock, it would try to kill me. And I mean that on the screen, not even if my crosshairs are even near it. So... yeah. I heard another one nearby. Oh, dripstone. I think I will take some dripstone, actually. Wow, this is a dangerous place to be for falling hazards. The reason I would now want some dripstone, because that is fairly natural. Idiots. My reason for wanting dripstone is actually rather simple. Another chance. Since we're going to wait a moment. My gosh, the amount of zombies in here are crazy. You can teleport, you know. Oh. Well, it's gone now. Yes, dripstone should be fairly good for me. Oh, and you can even crush it. Alright, I'll run some pulverizers then. Is this way too much? Oh, you bet, but... Alright, this will... Oh, more amethyst. Hell yeah. But essentially this dripstone will make it really convenient for me to... Hold on. So if I'm not mistaken, Nickel Shards is useless, but also you can actually craft budding amethyst at base with one of these, which I have to make. Not worth it in my opinion, but, you know. Think with brain. Okay. But, I don't know, having some dripstone at base would be great because my only other source of it is the nether, and I don't use lava, I'm not using for power or anything. But you have to admit, it would be kind of convenient if I could just have it at base. Oops. I think that didn't trickle. Certainly do sound nice. Yeah, because I don't have a railgun, I'm not using all of my power. I wonder, how would this look like without my helmet? A lot more eerie, actually. That's not what I was expecting. Alright. Oh, and I guess there technically is lava down here, isn't there? So I guess I'll be using this lava. There's even water here. Ow. I'm not gonna clean up after myself. Ow. Man. Holy smokes, that's a lot of amethyst. Fluxate's now free. I'll use the inefficient process for refining. There's a far less efficient way. Oh, my tablet's at 2%. There's a far less efficient way of getting platinum, but it gives you a ton of fluxite. But considering I have over a stack of fluxite on me and it grows naturally, let's just say I'm gonna use the more efficient recipe for it. Because, well, not really a good reason not to. There's lava in this cave, it's a bit limited. If there's anything else to say about caves and cliffs, it certainly made a jetpack in a cave actually sound really good. I see lapis, okay. I feel like lapis has always had this texture, but I'm second guessing myself for some reason. Oh boy, I can't do that while on fire, I can't. I'd have a death wish to do that because I'm gonna keep slamming into the lava. Well, don't hold back from me, game. There you go. Okay, well that I can understand. crush deep slate into gravel? I can, okay. Is that another trial chamber? Sorry, Jude, I have plenty of fluxite now. My god, it is. What? I thought these were supposed to be rare game. Holy smokes. 2 chambers in 1 run. Perfect, I've needed more. I need ominous keys because I want to try and make something else fun. Seems very similar. Heck yeah. I probably want to get out of my own inventory for this. Gives me a use for my bow again. Nice flick. Not as well this time. Fun fact, the jetpack gets unaffected. No, boys are a lot friendly. What the heck? Everyone wants to kill each other. Oh no. Ow. That was a normal key though. That was just a chicken actually. Well, I guess I'm eating chicken. Something good in there? No. Just a normal vault. It'd be so much faster if I just went up close and dealt with them, but maybe I don't like doing that, you know? It's one of those things. Okay, no, seriously, what are the odds of finding the same trial chamber twice? From 2 completely different angles. Here I was getting excited over nothing. Should have known. My torch is back. Man, this sucks. Here I was being all excited for, oh, look, trial chamber. Oh, look, stuff to beat up. Nope, same chamber. And if memory serves me right. There's a lot more zombies around here. my problem with this, right? I'm not gonna get an ominous key from this, right? Nope. I don't even care for them. I don't know why this one generated without any ominous keys. Okay, cool. I'm out. Do the same one twice? I hardly believe it. Welcome to the surface, everyone. I'm now infuriated. And there's my lava thing. This is what I used to build my nether portal, by the way. Is this lava pool? If you crave death, that's fine. Here's a really simple nether obsidian generator that if you don't want to destroy your pool with, you can just use this instead. Okay, that skeleton actually had a death wish. I didn't do that. I think we all agree on that. God, no, don't. And for that second, yep, there we go, obsidian. Just like that. I came up with this on the fly. I'm glad it works really well, though. Oh, there's one. Here's two. That would be me eating melons. Well, at least the lava's still okay. I don't know what his problem was, falling into lava like that. Oh. Still alone. There's a 5 obsidian I didn't need. I guess one thing will stay true forever. I'll always use 5 instead. And I'm out of food, so I need to rush back home and cut some melons up. And a rather fortunate turn of events, so there's my base right there, so that won't be too hard. Nice. Let me sleep. Not sure how. How did you not anger me while sleeping? Alright. Mending on a gold helmet. Alright, time to make a lava generator. I didn't think I would need one this run, but it seems like it'll be pretty damn useful. I have all the building materials in the world to make it happen. Considering that thing produces infinite building materials. Is that a freaking what okay. I played No Man's Sky last night, I know better than to question the things I see. Speaking of which, that sounded like a trident. That too. Someone's throwing tridents at me. Okay, you wanna... Where are you? You. Why are you throwing so many tridents? What if funny how hard they are to obtain. Meanwhile, this one zombie is just like, I have infinite. I presume that means you're also special. Zippy. Do I have a bow? I forget. Alright. Rotten flesh goes in first, I presume. Or, nah, dripstone's probably more important. Ah, yes. Platinum has been acquired. I can start working on the platinum clumps. Oh yeah, that's good. And I'm actually going to show you the ore washing for the first time. Behold! Goes in, and then it shoots out. How many fluxite am I? I could spare like 12 amethysts for this. Observe. Even with all of these machines running, I'm still only using one generator. Feels good. That or an entire generator is not plugged into the grid, which I assume is very unlikely. Ow, ow. I mean, it seems to be going down a little bit, but no, you still have power in it. Yeah, now I'm gonna run both generators. Because I would like more infinite flight. Because technically, by definition, that's not infinite, but I'll make it close. That's the second piglin that's come out of that portal. Yep, cool. It's a freaking child with a knife. Welcome to Minecraft, people. Alright. That's probably recharging this battery, which is still recharging my backpack. Oh boy. Now we're certainly using a lot of fuel. Oh yeah. just taking water from the atmosphere? Where is it coming from? You know what I could do? I could do this. And now it's automated. Collection, at least. Just need some lava. Which I can borrow from here temporarily. A stack of dripstone. That's impressive. And no, I'm making absolutely zero reservations on actually using it. Get real. This is running. Get the doorly. Now I have my jetpack, I can fly. Nope, not there. I guess I broke that pickaxe in the nether, didn't I? Kinda forgot. It's for the best that way. Nope. Alright, well, got some light excavation. There we go. That's lava. Platinum should be done as well. While ago, holy smuck. Ah, that's over a stack. Oops. Yeah, it sort of happens. And Fluxite as well, I got a little bit. I mean, I have a lot more platinum in production right now. This thing makes a byproduct of 6, or 0.6, rounded to 9 clumps. Don't think too hard. Alright, now we can get back to this. Which has a lot of internal crafting, as it is. Next up, I need to make these, and presumably a lot. That's 2 to 1. I need to make 3, so I'm gonna need. I could just look up the recipe, couldn't I? Would this just be faster? It certainly does appear to be. Yep, I'm gonna need 6. So that's gonna be 6, 12 of these to make 6 of those. We need more boards, which I'm gonna make now. Then I can mix those 2, and then I make 3 of those. Okay. Not too bad. No plastic. It's fine, I got plastic. Whoa. Wait, those are supposed to shake? Well, that's news to me. Alright, I'm gonna need to make the superconductors. I'm also gonna need to make containers as well. Oh boy. Well then. So now this is useless. I just made a lot because I could and it was cheap, okay? $8 worth. Anyways, now these plus these to make the next here. Hold on. Okay. Well, now we're turning these advanced computing engines with carbon stuff into super AI chips. So now I can be the most obnoxious man on Earth, and into the Heisenberg compensator. I don't even know what the fuck this means at this point. And that's gonna get a ton of diamonds, actually. And if you're wondering about the enchanting setup, it's probably not gonna get used. So yeah. But hey, I'm not doing some of this crazy stuff. So now this one's a lot. Does it want... No way. It's the second thing. It needs 6 diamonds? My goodness. Somehow the hardest thing to make, besides just netherite ingots. And we're actually really close to the end of this chain. We just need these overcharged crystals, which are the annoying part of this chain. And I'm gonna need a lot of these. So that's amethyst and superconductors. I do want to see the final tree for this, because it's gonna be included, right? Amethyst for these, so it's like this entire brick here. I need a lot of batteries. So I'm gonna need 2 containers to make the 12 batteries, and I'm gonna have 4 leftover batteries, which is just enough to realize I have 3. God damn it. So I'm gonna have to do 2 containers. Oh boy, that means another 2 diamonds. Gotta love making containers. Why are crafting souls so hard? Anyways, all you have to do is run these into the ore refining setup. And this makes batteries. Yep, that easy. Kind of funny how half my ore processor is responsible for making batteries. And boy oh boy, does it use a lot of acid to do that. So now this is finally starting to recuperate some power. I'm starting to think maybe these speed modules aren't too worth it on the generators. Instead I should put them to better use. Like destroying the power grid. Maybe like that for now. It turns out I'm not actually running these too often. What, you guys full already? Wow. Yeah, they are. Why aren't you seemingly full? Nope, you're now full. Strange. But oh well. And now this should have the remainders. That's gonna take a little bit of time to craft. You know what? One death is not too much. We can live with that. And if you're wondering if using dripstones you can make fully automated power, you can. I might do that if I do a 3rd run, because I actually really like this mod pack. I just think there's some parts which are painfully rough around the edges. I'm also out of food and I've started eating bananas. Which is fine, it's just a little worrying. Because going for... The reason I like melons is because they're very low effort. Like I just do that, now I have like half a stack. Big whoop, it'll work for a bit. Now we have Heisenberg compressors, which can be used for things like the bedrock extractor, which I'm kind of curious about. I might do that. However, more relevant, overcharged crystals. Which you're gonna need, well, superconductors, which, oh, that's why I hate superconductors. They need even more souls, so that's another 2 diamonds. God, I want a better recipe for this. I wish there was a better way to make diamonds. Oh well, at least this stuff's not too expensive. My only problem with these sorts of tech mods is there's not really a great reason to automate certain things. How many flux gates do you think I'll realistically even need in this? Because a little spoilers, I don't think I would even need that many of these. But oh well. Here's a superconductor. Yes, a whole 1. Well, considering each one needs 4, it's basically relevant to 1. And I think for this recipe, you just chuck fluxite in. Bit of a newer concept to me, to just use fluxite in this, but... yeah. Finally, something I can actually afford conveniently. Okay. We did the battery stuff, strange matter in this. It's a lot of ender pearls, and I think that's the only way of getting this, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Which is ridiculous, but hey. I do that, I make another container. Because these are really quick to go. Now we're gonna craft more of these. Apparently there's a worse recipe. Nope, there's only one. That is unless you want to decraft, but... I'm not even sure what these would be used for. I don't think it even needs this much power. Apparently you can't even craft anything with these, right? No. Drone ports, which are super expensive. And you have the alternate recipe if you'd prefer ender pearls, which means there's actually a great reason to rush to the end, or an ancient city. Here's a tip, don't build particle accelerators, it's not worth it. Anyways, here's what I actually need. An overcharged crystal. I never thought I would get one of those. Mainly because their price is stupid. And no, I'm not making a particle accelerator that can put 5 kilojoules of energy. Because apparently those need to be huge. Can these not stack? Huh. Interesting. I thought something like that would stack. Guess I'm wrong. Let's back to something simpler. Like wood. Ah, much better. The illusion of happiness. Schwink. Schwink. Ah, so much better. Look at that, it's a perfect ratio. This is the alternate method for plastic. Anyways, now with these 2 overcharged crystals, I'm only halfway. Nope, not even. I'm gonna need 4 more. Good lord. That's 1/2 of the final product. Also, if you make one of these, you have a problem. Also, I love how it counts as an any ingot sort of thing, but no, I need 3. Which means I'm gonna need to make a lot more of these. Which means I'm gonna need so many diamonds into the forge. Yippee. That's gonna be the fun part, isn't it? 6 crystals. I've made 2. Oh boy. I'm gonna need to make 4 of those. And 4 of those means I'm gonna need to make a lot more diamonds. I need 8. Which means I actually have to go mining for diamonds. Huh. That's wonderful. You know, I really like that. I want to just go inland and mine the first interesting diamond I see. Also, I'll take some lava while I'm here. I'm not gonna come back this way, I don't think. This is caves and cliffs. There should be a huge ravine any and there it is. God, I want it to be proved wrong there. It's not a huge ravine, is it? No, it's just a giant crack. Well, if I must say, if there's anything caves and cliffs adds to the game, well, simply put, it added a lot more cracking to the planet. So what is this low quality one? I've never seen copper in one of these. What the? It's just full of low end ore. Normally those have diamonds and platinum in them. Anyways, I guess into this mountain. Yep. Nope, totally. Not with any luck, I shouldn't run into the same trial chamber. That was a hope. Well, this certainly goes somewhere. Holy arrows. Where on earth? Why, like... Why is it this? Like, it certainly makes caves a lot bigger, but... Bigger doesn't always mean better. I mean, look at this! What the hell's going on? Oh, come on. What on earth happened here? It's bloody massive. These are not gonna leave me alone, I don't think. There's a skeleton, here's a zombie, you know what to do. Well, not my problem. Thank you, you too. But tell me, am I the only one who thinks this is a little excessive? And guess what? No diamonds yet. To the point where I'm gonna check something. Didn't expect to see this place again, I bet. Welcome to hell. I also think I'm one short of these. But I want to check if cold dust is anything to work with. Knowing anything? I'm probably... Yep. Get this. I am out of coal. How have I never mined this? Welcome to my original base with ironically a far better source of power. Oh, that's a lot of coal dust. turns out these refiners are actually extremely efficient when it comes to producing power. And it's not even very efficient yet. We're still producing boatloads more power for basically free. Steam's a waste product in this. Just make sure you have fluid voiding, because it will help. Can you, like, refrain? Your fancy knockback bow? I just thought it was funny how big the plume from spiders was. But I do care for processing. It's only my knee. I can live without that. The drip zone is very useful. Well, that didn't seem to work. By God, the power usage. We're actually not producing enough to recharge them fully. Well, that's really nice. But at the end of the day, when I look at this and see 500 joules, how the fuck am I supposed to infer joules from speed? So I think you need 2 of those, because apparently one can't feed in as well. To hell with it, I'll give it 1 try. Or not? Did it give up? Delete my coal dust. And this is why I hate the particle accelerator. It's an this is an absurd amount of power. And it completely killed this generator with a speed module. And I've gotten disappointment out of it. I hate particle accelerators in this pack, and I don't think you should build one unless you have something to make them actually useful. Also, here's the Andretic laser experiments. To the degree where they put holes through my base on numerous occasions. So yes, there's a reason why I point blank that one near the atomic forge. And look at the damage. Why does it have so much range? Anyways, try to see something. We're gonna ignore that thing from existing, and yeah. I could also make a reactor apparently in this mod, but I can't really be that bothered. Diamonds. And the reason I say I can't be that bothered to try the reactor is because that's one problem. Unless you want to make a realistic full-size particle accelerator, which, yes, is the intended solution to that, I'm not joking. Unless you want to do that, you're gonna have to get real like you're gonna have to use a mod. Otherwise, I can see the nuclear reactor being useful, but I think a real scaled one would probably need more power, along with so many resources. I don't think it would even be remotely fun to do that in survival, at least. But there's no real reason to build a particle accelerator outside of survival. And without any direct insertion methods, well, you're kind of out of luck. I don't know. Conceptually, it's kind of cool to build a particle accelerator, but nah, fuck it, I'm not doing that. not doing it a second time and didn't succeed the first. TLDR, it's not worth my time. And that's also why I don't mind the diamonds like that. Alright, get me to base. I don't even know why I'm here. Diamonds? Okay, cool. I'm ready to go. Welcome back to base. Ow. Alright. Now the potential of it's running. This will slowly turn it into tons of nickel ore. It's not like I need that much, but it will. Well, we seem to run out of probably ender pearl stuff. Yep. Call it what it is, but I think it's kind of funny. Nickel goes in. And now they're both running. So that's great. Can a man just have a funny big pickaxe? That's too much to ask for. Apparently. Anyways, now I should be able to make everything I need. Speaking of that... particle accelerators. Nope, I mean, they're the same thing, practically, superconductors. In hindsight, I'm realizing I'm gonna need exactly 1 platinum. It's a good thing I have a stack in storage. I actually need to wait. These flux gates are required in the production of these. What I could do is refine stuff with nickel. Fluxite stuff. Now we make even more. And yes, I know some of this in my backpack. Two more for this thing. Alright, now we actually start on the easy part. Why did I do the hard part first? I don't know. At least the only thing I know I can be happy about is the fact that it has unbreaking. Alright, block breakers. And Andretic lenses. Thought I could be happy, but no. I need to use even more diamonds. Simplified, I'm just making a very big diamond pickaxe. But it's unbreakable. I'm out of batteries. That cannot possibly be right. Because it's not. Are you done? Yep. There's all the Prometheuses I'll need. Why does this exist? This is probably going to be a worse chain just because it's the same one, except you need so much more stuff. And apparently spare superconductors. So you need one in the middle. Oh boy. How many ticks does this even take? A lot. Well, I'm not in a rush, fortunately. Time to make something I can actually afford. Try to. To be fair, it wasn't actually hard to make. It's just a lot of busy work. And yeah, I know I signed up for that. Okay. I make some of those. I actually have to make pulverizers. Yeah, you heard it here first, folks. We need pulverizers in this. Some of this stuff's way over my head. Like, no way this is actually that useful, right? Cybernetic augments. Nope. It's not useful. You heard it here first, folks. All my Prometheans are done. Feels weird to see all of those, but they weren't too bad, actually. Yeah, I need 2 lasers, some spare motors I have lying around, and then just pulverizers. From the hard part to the easy part, huh? Alright, well. To the pulverizers I shall go. I guess plastic would be cheaper, but it needs steel this way. And I hate making steel. Huh. Funny enough, I already have a block of copper in storage. Wax? It's probably fine. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Just, it's slightly different, yeah. Uh-huh, 2 motors. I have motors. Where are my motors? Assembling into some of these. Remove these. And now I'm gonna turn the rest into motors. Somehow that worked perfectly. I swear that was not intentional. You guys gotta believe me on that. Wax seems to be problematic. Well, I think that fixed it. I know, God knows how expensive these are. Pickaxe. And I guess this old one's now a relic of the past. Because this funnier one. Comes with free silk touch. Fancy. Alright, well, cool. I guess I can now retire this old hand drill. Because I've gone from drills to... Yeah, that seems to be right. I've gone from a drill to a pickaxe. Something tells me this might be a bit more powerful than I was expecting. I don't know what does, though. Let's see how well I can mine for netherite with this. With this probably comedically sized pickaxe, yes. I'm just curious, what can I say? It doesn't even need power, it's so powerful. I'm kind of not impressed on the mining speed of basalt, but it's definitely an improvement. I hate to be going downstairs at the same time. Why is it still here? Okay, I'm happier. Finally, 3x3 mining. Okay, yeah, that's a lot faster. Yeah, it's significantly faster, wow. It even found ancient debris right away. Well, how luxurious. Get this off of me. Alright, well. A second one. Why am I not using this mode? Yeah. Alright, well, on terms of netherite production, I'm gonna make myself full netherite. Yeah, actually I can't, but I can do this. Luxurious. That might be an issue. And I guess I could deal with it, but I don't really have to. Now it feels like I have to, but I don't think I do. So quick emphasis on how rare netherite is. I've only found 3 pieces. You know, I'm not exactly hearing item pickup noises. Are you? That just sounded like a lot of random stuff I just drilled through. Disappointing. Well then. I don't know, what do you expect me to say? It's comically overpowered. Guess that's kind of the point, isn't it? Oh well. I don't like how that keeps happening. It's fine. I even shifted the whole tunnel at one point. Oops, not fixing it. But yeah, considering I only got 3 pieces of netherite from all of this, I mean, am I really that crazy for saying this stuff's like unreasonably rare? I like to imagine I'm not. Ah, that hurts. any harder than this game. Apparently I can't. So it turns out cheating was not the answer. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it wasn't. Normally it is. Well, that's more ancient debris, I guess. With a ton of riveting gameplay in between. Not making that up. More basalt. What? Oh, this technology for basalt? Man. I've been scammed. Ow. Alright, well, I want another trial chamber. The other one bored me. Something tells me that might not be too hard to do. You know, the stupid pickaxe. So, I want a mace. And the particle accelerator is not doable, so I guess we're just going to do this the new fashioned way. Alright, out of my way, guys. I'm putting a hole in this place. Just has scam written all over it. Huh. What? My only problem with the pickaxe is I think it's kind of slow. Yeah, that's the problem. It's too slow for me. My god, that baby has a backpack. What the hell's happening? I don't care how good my pickaxe is. That child's wearing a backpack. That's incredibly vicious. It's slightly, oh, just so slightly, out of my range entirely. To hit the baby with a chainsaw, it seems. Anyway, drop onto them, which does a lot of damage. Yep, you saw here, I got killed by a child. A really, really fast child. Oh my god, it's about to kill me a second. Oh wait. It seems you can't swim, child. Never mind. Welcome to Minecraft. Once this thing becomes a drought, it's actually going to be a problem. Let me check those stats. Speed 3 on a baby zombie. I didn't even know they could have backpacks, but I don't like what I saw. Alright, well, that was a fun detour. Got killed 3 times by a child. Thanks, Minecraft. Anyways, time for enchantments. Which also suck. You can't craft haste potions, so... Oh yeah, that totally does work. Actually... Silk Touch. Yeah, it's a nice touch, actually. No pun was actually intended, I'm sorry. But... nifty. Never did I think I would use a pickaxe to pick up a bookshelf I misplaced. Something new every day. Still only efficiency 3. It's underwhelming. I want better. think the best way to get better is to make this axe do something funny. I don't know, knockback 1 is simple enough. No, apparently a little too simple. Okay, well, that's efficiency 3, I guess. I do not care. I need food. Actually, knockback 1 feels really nice. I don't need silk touch for my melon farm. It's another fucking child. Can you not do that? Oh my gosh, they're hard to hit. And why was there 3? Well, yeah, I feel like I should have earned a level from that. Melange? Yes, free food. Alright, back to mining. I've made my pickaxe even powerfuler. So now it should be, like, what, 3s times 5, and that portal caught fire. And it's raining. I'm gonna blame that on lightning. Alright, well, don't. I was thinking that would despawn by now. Anything. Nope. What if I just did not heal you guys, huh? How'd that make you feel? Alright, I feel like this is a bit faster. Certainly makes me a little happier, and those are diamonds. Well, this is certainly interesting. Some iron. Well, at least strip mining's gotten a little bit faster and just as efficient, if not the same. Yes, yes. Now I can double my diamonds. Wow. Do I sure feel wealthy? Better pay for itself soon. Some iron. Yeah, this would be nice. Well, what do you want me to say? It's a giant pickaxe. It does exactly what it says on the tin. Almost a disappointing efficiency. Who knows, maybe I'll actually get around to processing it. Likelihood is low, but maybe. Nah. Like any good Minecraft player who prefers mining in their time, yes, I'm gonna be critiquing stuff and making sure it's efficient. Why do you ask? Uh, hmm. First problem with the dig so far is this thing is not self-paving like the create mod stuff. Yes, I'm gonna hold it to create. It's definitely a really fun mod pack. And get this, it sometimes is actually more convenient. I'll fix it after. Or now. Scary noise. You know, I actually had someone I knew who said they were gonna actually make me a mod pack for just us, right? And maybe some friends. It's gonna have all sorts of fun mods in it, and it was gonna be great. You know, I wonder what that pack would have been like after he fucking ditched me, but well. Oh, hey, you know, it kinda keeps the theme going. Riveting gameplay experience, oh my gosh. There's a burning mineshaft over there. Wow. This place is full of surprises. Yes. Now, why would I want to put it there? Silk touch, please. I saw a diamond. Or maybe like I don't know what the difference is. No, that was a diamond. Follow me this way. Sure, it'd be fun if we explored the burning mineshaft for a split second. Yeah, looks pretty burnt to me. Okay then. Zero. Alright. There's a reason why I don't like holding my torch in the offhand. That's what I've never considered until playing. It's that I don't exactly like placing blocks like this. Can't be bothered. Yeah, it's close enough. No. Wait, is that already a 1x1 setting? Okay, I'm fine with that. Funnily enough, that worked well. Seems I'm getting that classic tech mod curse, though. My brain is starting to come up with ideas. Because now that I've made that funny pickaxe, I have a bit of downtime on my hands. And in downtime, I like thinking. That I like doing. Although I think this is just stupidly priced. I'm not making 4 of those. And I think plutonium would not actually be hard to get. I mean, what? Which can be made from dust. Actually, how do I craft these? Okay, can I craft these? Oh, nope. So you have to assemble these. And you actually get a lot, and you can get these as a byproduct of crushing. Why is it not listed? Let me prove that. These are a product of crushing. Because if we go with uranium into a fragment forge, up there it is, plutonium. Oh, it's plutonium small dust? Was I looking at big dust? There's the actual chance I was. Maybe I was. Okay, well, you know. I don't know how many of those? Just 2 craps of that? That's really cheap. However, well, I mean, diamonds aren't that expensive. And I do have the ability to mass produce these parts up until the compress. Actually, it's really just what's made with these that pisses me off. Because those need superconductors to make these, which are used to make the Prometheans. Honestly, the Heisenberg compressor is not that expensive if you have diamonds, which I now have diamonds. Is this one any more sensible, though? Somehow this is substantially worse, and I think it costs more diamonds. You mean to tell me that this is cheaper than this, with the right infrastructure? This is ridiculous. Huh. It doesn't even seem that bad. No, it really isn't. It's honestly a little cheap for my placement. And this is the better one, not the lower one. Eh, sure. Why the hell not then? I guess I'll be building a nuke. Because no one's gonna stop me. And the trial chamber luck seems to be surprisingly good. So, I guess we're doing trial chamber. Don't tell anyone I might have gotten ideas. Or else you'll get the nuke instead. Mwahaha, I'm not evil, I don't care. If you figured it out, it just means you're smart. And smart means dangerous. And I'm fine with that. So you're not in danger. Yippee, give me diamonds. Because remember, it's not a tech mod unless you use diamonds to make a nuke. But 4 dubious containers. How is the low yield what I would consider to be the expensive one? Oh, also now that I think about it, I'm probably gonna need to mine some nuclear materials, won't I? These crystals are pretty useful, right? If I pulverize them. Oh, Yeah, no, they're really good. Huh. Well then, plutonium should be pretty dang easy to make as well, considering it's just found in natural uranium, which is not really realistic, but who cares? And I can make these pellets, and I only need to make 2 of these. Unless I am mistaken, but there should be leftovers. Well, it doesn't even tell me where to get these pellets from. Probably because I haven't even said where my preferred method is. Which would be via assembly. Ah, now it tells. And from you, I want this recipe. And, yep, now it's compensated for that. Ah. I will build a nuke, regardless of your opinion of it. I am bored. And boredom is dangerous, kids. Not as dangerous as TikTok, funny enough, but, you know. Ah, what's this? Uranium gem? For more efficient uranium? Or... Whoa, you can improve it? For cheaper? I don't exactly know what you would want uranium gems for, but... Yeah, we're gonna use this recipe, so technically I can use... It's slightly more efficient on uranium. I need 8 crystals of uranium. That is almost laughably small. Also, I can use... Oh, there's a better recipe. Oh, it's so much cheaper. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to use the diamond. I guess I don't. Now, I could use nickel, but that means I have to mine more uranium. We're down to 4 crystals, so like hell I should be complaining at this point, but I like the alternate recipes in games. It's this or 2 nickel and 8 shards. Really? It's not that much. And ironically, I think that would be more convenient to just use 2 nickel. Fuck it, we're using that recipe then. No, I've never heard of this soundtrack before. It's a little eerie. I guess at least on the topic of a nuke. But I almost like it. A lush cave. Oh, these places are gorgeous. My favorite biome in this game, by the way. Well, it's a good thing think I know where it is, and also that nuke's not gonna build itself, so... I've already got some loss if you're curious. But I haven't found. Oh, wow, stalagmite. I got it. I got leggings. Ow. Ow. Eight. My gosh. Got a good arm for it. Alright, so it really is good reason to do that. Purple uranium spawns like crazy. Wow. Pretty biome. Fortunately, uranium's one of those ores in this mod which just spawns more than abundantly. Two more and I'll have enough uranium for an entire nuke somehow. Well, that's a lot of creepers. But yes, also another thing I should check is that there's technically another form of getting this. This recipe. It's exactly the same in quality. If anything, it might be slightly worse. But, I mean, for an alternate recipe, that's actually way easier to come by. Alright, trial chamber time. That was the last thing I tried to do, but okay. I want the mace. What the? Cave spiders? Wait, I don't get poisoned. Oh god, they're small. Death by 1,000 bites, am I right? Whoa, this chamber is definitely new. What? What? Weird hitbox. I'm gonna need inventory for this. So uranium and emeralds goes in the bag. Yes. I would like to keep my redstone, frankly. That needs to be crushed. No you don't. No loot's been generated in these. But I know I can fix this pretty damn fast. I need more arrows. I guess these aren't too rare with an incredible pickaxe, but you know. Ooh, that one just had money in it. I like when they do that. This is a great room. free candle, I guess. Diamonds? Oh, that's super nifty. A block of diamonds? Okay, I guess we'd be gambling now. Well, that sure does leave some to be desired. Uh-oh. Is that a husk? Hey, good morning. Ironically, that makes it easier to aim. Did that just drop normal arrows? As a specialty mob? Spawn husks. I don't actually have that much food on me. For reference, I am basically out of food. That was unimpressive. Alright, not bad. Key. Had to be. Ow. Useless. Well, I'm a little low on actual food, so yeah. Was mine just like really small? Oh, parkour, hell yeah. I mean, I can fly, but got a little overzealous, I would say. You know, I don't think poisonous arrows are gonna be too good for me. Yeah, I can make that one work, though. Your Honor, I did not kill that spider. And real food from these. I think I put the keys back at my base for some reason. That's a lie. I'm a little loaded, what can I say? I don't need loyalty, but I will in fact take it. If not for anything but to say I did. Place for an ominous key. Like hell they're interested in telling me how to open one of those. Damn play by the rules, McGee. A respawn room. With buckets. This seems to be new as well. Poisonous arrows against the undead does not feel like a good expense. That hit. Alright, in all honesty, I think I got like the lamest starting one possible. It was tiny, it was not impressive. At least compared to this place. This place is huge. What? I did not see that connect. Oh, that's a problem one. Does it have haste as well? Not sure, but it definitely died quick. Really? This place is actually massive. I'm gonna eat that immediately, I think. Yep, sure am. Stray and breeze. This room is really cool. Glad I got to see it. Actually, I think this is the one that's using the thing where the camera spins around. Ah, why wasn't I shown this room? Arrows I'll take, arrows I'll take. I mean, who knows, maybe honeycomb will prove useful someday. It won't, but maybe. I know it's a substitute for something. Or no, you can make slime balls with it, which is a substitute for silicone early on. I'm not exactly going to look for a trial chamber for that, especially with how my first one was. Loyalty again. You guys really assume I have a trident by now. If I'm not mistaken, let's not sprint. Here's the door I was thinking about. Right? A really, really cool door. Which opens. I could have sworn that was a feature. Nope, I guess not. Boy. Yeah, they can't all be winners. Now that I've properly entered the fungeon. Oh, rewarding. Yes. If I ever actually go about killing the Ender Dragon, that would be useful, which I could plan on. Let's just say. More arrows. I'm getting actually a ton of bows. Like a ridiculous amount. Which is good, I'm gonna have to switch soon. Yeah, no, this is all super duper cool. Boop, boop, pop, pop, ba, ba, ba. My only worry is that, oh, I have millions of RF on me. Never mind. I was just here, wasn't I? Nope, the flooding would suggest otherwise. I mean, I was here, but... Stone tools! I'm feeling confident enough to take out this area. Which has a breeze and stuff spawn. Dude, I swear I'm not gonna give this to you that easy. Well, now I'm a little angry. Not afford to be taking hunger. How'd you even see me like that? What is up with your movements, man? That does not look intentional. I think I did that. Hey, don't mind me. You know what? Arrows. Yeah, out of food. And nothing. But that's food. Actually gonna say, don't consider health when eating. I need food, period. You know, I think it's kind of ironic that it's far easier for me to go out of my way to make a nuke than it is to, like, do a trial chamber, you know? Eggs. A lot of eggs. Yeah, sure. I will make a cake sometime. Yeah, no. How old are these eggs? I mean, I guess with these eggs, you don't have to worry about them being fertile. They're already rotten. Ooh! Wait, no, I can make that work, actually. That's actually good. That's healing. Well, long-winded. Are you sure this is the best durability we could get, though? It's not exactly impressive. my gosh, guys, look, an ominous vault. Horrific. I don't have a key for that damn vault. Keep it locked up. I don't care. Wait, is it left? Wait, you use your mouse to block on PC? Instead of crouching everywhere? Man, Bedrock needs to step up. We all knew it. This interior is like a maze. Now, do I have a giant pickaxe that can pop holes in anything? Yes. Don't think I haven't considered just popping that right now. The door was just here. I don't think about this. This seems really cool looking. Why is my first vault so lame as shit? Yay, channeling. How many bogus books have I gotten so far? Regeneration. Can we just take a second to be like, this is a cool ass room? Thank you. There we go. Just want to map this out mentally. This was the entrance hall. Which again, really cool. Looks properly built, this one. Then we have this room, which I've yet to do yet. So there's one undone in the entrance room. There's a spawn center. A done room. A really cool looking water fixture. That's already been cleared. Uncleared. A little worrying. To be completely real. I'm gonna do a little research on the side here. There's one more area that I keep losing somehow. And that's entrance. I'm silly. Then where did that other room come from that I was just in? How strong was this potion? Not that strong. Hold on. How to get the heavy core in Minecraft. What? I never paid attention because it's never been relevant. See, they are from Ominous. Ooh, that fell on the charger. Nice. Uh, so those potions I got and thought were useless have a really important use. I'll be back then. Hmm. Alright, so that guy's just talking about how to easily beat it. Um, cheating. I rest my case, Your Honor. I want to get one of these because this seems funny. Wait, does this do as much as a chainsaw? Oh my god. No, honestly, I almost feel like this would be better because it does double. Yeah, for being a tech mod, the only real weapon in this mod pack that actually works is probably going to be a nuke. But yeah, I need to get a ton of food, and I'll do that while building a nuke. Like any normal person. Oh, I did one. I guess that's fine. again, knock it off with the poison arrows. I can't use them. I mean, there's no real reason to do this without using the ominous potion, and those will last a long time. It's already 8:30 p.m. So the plan is simply to farm. Yeah, I'm not joking. We're gonna do some classic Minecraft farming. Oh, and also I'm gonna build a nuke, but that's different. Yeah, it's like, why are you giving me ominous potions? These are useless. No, they're not. They're actually the useful ones. And having two ominous chambers that are ironically just like in a straight line from one another means I actually get to use a lot more spawners during this. Don't you dare. Dang it. This is the part where I kind of wish I had a proper weapons mod, but while they're duking it out, I'm gonna go sleep. Can you, like, not? Knock it off, I'm trying to sleep. Hello? Dead spiders. Alright, well, so I'm just gonna have to go into storage. Ooh, right, I've not processed down anything. Which is to say, I'm actually really behind on refining. Brew it into nothing? Okay then. Why would I want to brew it into a... Oh, wind charge. Well, I mean, sure. Lingering wind charge. I mean, I guess that's nifty. Probably really useless, but, you know. Alright, I'm gonna go relieve my bowels. I'll be back shortly. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anyways, I need to grab my uranium and get that running. No, not in the crafting table, silly. I guess at this point in the game, I could reasonably set up a crop farm. And a real reason why I can't, right? Scary zombie. So yeah, I'm gonna make a crop farm. Originally I was gonna make a tree farm, but, you know, some quality here. Some real, genuine quality. So, crops. And thinking about crops, I should probably do that before I make the nuke. So yeah. Is relevant for trials. Could make netherite gear. I have enough netherite. Yeah, boy. No. Nice platinum goes in. Yep. Alright, we got some time, folks. Beep. Boom, 2 at a time. This is gonna be running for a long time. I already know. A saltwater farm would make sense. Then again, I could just rig it up to melons. Melon farms are pretty convenient. Seems to be a good amount. Not sure what that was about. Did I lose my bucket? I don't see a bucket. I lost my bucket. My bucket's in my inventory. I'm silly. I found my bucket. Cobblestone. Yeah, that's probably enough nuclear material. A little heads up, I would never hand compress plutonium. Mainly because it would burn you pretty bad. Measure before you do. Yep, close enough. I mean, the recipe called for 8. I have definitely produced more than 8. I produced enough for 2 nukes, and then half. Yeah, no, that's totally fine with me. Oh, and also if you're wondering what I'm going to be doing with the plutonium that I've produced, or like the normal uranium, absolutely nothing. What? I don't know how to make the reactor in this mod. And I'm also not going to be doing that. I could engrave some copper, which I'm guessing I can just produce by grinding ingots. Well, yes. Or alternatively, I can crush up trial chambers. Although it's not very efficient. Yeah, with that I can mix it apparently. Can I not actually produce... Can I not use uranium dust in the crafting? I have to make uranium gems to make the pellets. Why though? Why is it easier to make uranium, like the plutonium ones? I don't think I have that much copper. No. Although I would like a double chest that could be arranged. Yep, good. thing. And I could try making a reactor. It'd definitely take the pressure off of the non-existent diesel load, and I could just flare all the diesel then. Just not sure if that's really necessary. Plus, it's quite a lot of effort to actually make uranium gems and then pellets compared to plutonium, as ironic as it is. And I'm pretty sure making them into gems wouldn't actually yield anything for me. I can make nukes, I can make smaller pellets. Regardless, they go in here and they just get destroyed. 200 seconds isn't terrible. 20 seconds. Alright, so this is slightly better as a full fuel. I mean, 100 seconds. Problem is, I don't know how to make one of these. My original goal was to make a reactor after all. I guess it's not that hard to do. To make it run would take creative mode, but yeah, I mean it could be an interesting project. If I do these, need carbon fiber, yes. How much carbon fiber is needed in the nuke? About 8. Okay then. There's 7 plus 1. Really should just not be holding this in my hands. Not like pocket dimensions is probably better, but it works. Seem to figure out what crop I want. The answer is simple, I want potatoes. I don't think I have ever seen a potato. Normally I hoard on to those. So where's my hoard of potatoes? Pumpkin, sweet, seeds, pumpkin seeds. Yeah, they really should be called wheat seeds, but I don't think that's ever gonna get changed. No, they are called wheat seeds. Huh, when was that? I don't care. Alright, the monster's gone. As I'm looking right now, I'm not seeing anything to work with. No potatoes. More ingredients in potatoes is never a good sign. I could grind down copper, but it's far better if I just refine it. This is why Silk Touch is really good in this mod. I'm off to look for potatoes, hold on. I should have charged my jetpack before doing this. You know, that didn't occur to me. Oh, a shipwreck. It won't charge the batteries, but maybe it will have a potato in it. I don't think it will. Speed. This is my first oak plank. Wait, where's the good stuff? This was supposed to have loot in that game. Oh, well. Damn it, no food. Yes, I know the irony in that. Also, I'm not gonna leave this. It's perfectly good resources. And hey, maybe you can buy a potato, who knows? Alright, well, these weren't potatoes. Still decent loot. Isn't that only one of two chests? Where's the map chest? Probably not on the outside of the boat if I had to take a guess. Seems to only be half of the boat, however. And anything else worthwhile has seemingly been cut off. Not great. I would say I would burn this for fuel, but my furnaces are more advanced than this. No, you don't care. Well, I guess it's a free crafting table. Now someone else can wonder why it looks like this. Remember, you need a lot of crafting tables in this mod. Yeah, I guess I've been using jungle this entire time, haven't I? Not even realize. Yeah. For reference, here's where that jungle temple I once found was. Surprisingly jungle-esque world. Yeah, it's cool as that, but still cool. Another shipwreck, eh? Well, buried shipwreck, more accurately. What happened? Oh, sand is useful. So I think I dug through the ship. Yeah, it was a campsite. Yeah, I'll take more wood. Buried treasure? Are you kidding me? It has potatoes, but they're all poisonous? And there can be normal potatoes at the same rarity. Wow. I'm gonna point at my screen and laugh at you. And then I'm gonna take a bite of my ice cream toast. Ice cream toast, take a swig of milk. Yes. Thank you, game. Wheat. Really? All of them are poisonous? Really? Gah. Actually, wouldn't it just make more sense if I just told it to make the wood? Yeah, it did. find fresh potatoes game for reference. Also, normally you're supposed to find maps in here, but just not today. And yes, I would like some sand. It's valuable. Alright, back to looking for stuff. This stuff I mean fresh, good quality potatoes. And yes, I understand it being rotten makes sense. Can a man dream? What about horse? A giant crater and a decaying tree. This one has even grass in it. Huh. Water grass. That's just a ruined nether portal so tall it actually pierces the surface. Well, it's cool. I'll give it that much. Okay, that's just a straight up ocean monument. It's not relevant. Surprised I didn't get the effect. That's just a pile of sand in the ocean. Is it all gravel? It is a gravel bed. Those guys look like they might have potatoes. You know, I heard that if, you know, there comes a point where technology starts to look like magic. I think I've hit this point. It seems these guys also know the power of basing near some good old potato. It's real. And it is real. Try not grief the farm immediately. Pretend like I'm normal, but I heard that, you know... yeah, those just went missing, dude. I don't know where they went. Alright, this village has, or this venture has proven extremely successful. Yay! Just imagine a god showed up, takes 2 slices of bread, 9 potatoes, and then immediately leaves. Yeah, no, that's exactly what just happened. And crashes into the ocean. Yes, but you know, now I can focus and not look for potatoes. I heard a quote that said that there comes a point where technology, right? There comes to a point to technological advancement to where technology starts to seem a lot like magic. And I would agree, if you showed a caveman a projector, he would actually probably think you're opening a portal to a different location. I'd say that's quite likely. But, I mean, he's only a caveman, what do you expect? Cave drawings are his form of communication, not projectors, so... it would really seem like magic. Especially a call of someone on the other side of the planet. It's interesting something to think about. If I'm not mistaken, I think there are still... like, I think there's one tribal nation on Earth, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard about it a few years ago, I'm not sure how accurate the information is. But they just refuse to interact with any modern civilizations. And there's, like, I think they only recently started working on, like, crude metal forging. Not even, like, When I say forging, I mean just like, you know, getting some sort of thing that resembles a blade. But they're just happily doing their thing on their island, and they do not like newcomers. But to which I say, I'm like, it's kind of wild to think that, you know, to them, our technology is just straight up magic, and there's no mention. I just got back, dude. But yeah, technology can really seem like magic. Oh boy. Back here, Enderman. I won't hurt you, I swear. Actually, no, that's exactly what you said. Did not show yourself. Was it really just despawned in front of me? Which is not normal. Damn, these skeletons can aim. Nope. Machine frames. The farm area. Let's just borrow someone else's farm area. This never happens, okay? Capiche? Capiche? There was no grief in the farms. Also, there's free food here, so... That's the dirt I needed. Yep. Nice and fair. Oh, actually I do need silicone. Not that much, but it would be nice to have silicone. Alright, that never happened if anyone asks. Never happened. And I'm back. Yeah, this thing lasts an eternity. Plastic. Oh, silicone. Yeah. Plastic and silicone, huh? I've been using a lot of plastic. Let's make some more. A lot more. That's 2 stacks. And it has to be doubled at least, maybe quadrupled. That's how I feel. It's my land, okay? My claim. I'm lazy. Actually, I should not be this lazy. I'm already in Minecraft, of all places. Okay. 8x8 farm. Got it. This is not 8x8. High-fix farm. So once I'm done this line of frames, I should... No, this would be 10 wide, wouldn't it? There's always the option to go 16 wide. Wouldn't be that much further, would it? Might be bigger than I anticipated. It's probably okay. Bigger is better after all, right? Well, at least biomass will be easy to get now. Not like I exactly am short on biomass, but not anymore, I'm not. Oh, we're like off the edge, huh? I'll give it a nice little frame, make it seem intentional. There we go. Is this a big farm? Yeah, probably. Will I do anything about it? No, probably not. We'll need a block bracer, fertilizer, a whole bunch of stuff, really. Fertilizer block. Looks cheap enough. No, I never actually did take that charcoal from the beginning of the video, or stream. Never mind, I did. Well, not this one. Well, I don't need to be super powerful. I need to recharge my gear. Because I am bound by energy. Boom, boom. And now we can semi-automate it. don't think that has an item input, but okay. It kind of looks cool though, let's be honest. What? Sand is useful. That seems to be the speed module working. Seems my backpack has taken all the base's power for a bit. And it really, also really, does not want to give it back. Which is fine by me. Not the expensive dirt. Oh, I can't fly. That should have been obvious, but not really. Oh, it's already night, isn't it? Fun fact, it doesn't use power when used. I was like, what? Only for chopping trees, really, really quick. Also, I can technically do this. Feed immediately. Food is going to become very cheap very soon. And also, we want to remove rotten flesh from this pool. We're not going to like to doing that. I feel like I'll end up with 2 spares. Technically, I could flip the whole thing over by 1. Which I think is funny. Also, it's more utilization. So, whatever, it works. The sand was not supposed to take a hit. Actually wanted to keep the sand. I actually like knockback. Yeah, I know it makes me different, but whatever. Also, I guess this pump finally has a use. For once. I'm about to go in that grinder now. This also should mean my gear is done. Also, why is gravel in there? Wait, what? This actually does... didn't realize you could do bulk power. Well, that's new. Jetpack. Also, I think I have to knock this whole thing down a singular layer. That's gonna be fun. Well, at least this pickaxe makes my life easy. Oh wait, that's... Oops. I didn't mean to put a hole in it, if that was not obvious. Oops, daisy. I'll just fill that up in the... Yeah, at least it's fast. Probably need to be a bit more careful, of course, but... You know, progress is progress. A creeper. I'm like, watch it be a creeper who's like, oh, I want to destroy your item. Go ahead, you win. Alright, well, what comes next? Incredible. So much effort. Is this entire line yet? No, I skipped a spot. Should I have just built this entire thing elevated? I don't want to think about it. Dirt. Literally sand and biomass? Wait, I have an idea. I didn't even know you could make rooted dirt. Since when is there an age of... Neat. I could literally craft dirt right now. What? There's a recipe to make clay and no one tells me? Oh, it's just wet dirt, and then with clay you can make balls of clay. Okay, well, thinking clay was not infinite. Clearly was in the wrong mindset. Great use for biomass right now. Now if I come in here, I should have some spare clay. Yep. Perfect. Make sure you stay topped off. It would not be fun if this ran dry. We're full on naphtha. Well, that's just extra fuel for the refiner, so it works just fine. Huh. At least the animation's kind of cool. Yeah, when you speedrun the final boss, why? He has a nice tool that kind of helps early game. I like sequence breaks. I would call this a sequence skip, or I guess the sequence break here is I skipped farming and went straight to petrochemical and made this thing. So there was a skip involved, just, you know. The pickaxe was skipped over the farm now. Keep in mind this is for the trials. Me farming potatoes is for trials. Did I... How? I was originally going to try and make the fertilizer module do everything for me, but now I'm starting to realize that module's kind of completely useless because of how much land I'm using. So I'm just not going to do it that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe in 6 before I put water. There's a way to make this look nice. No, there is not, because it's slightly wider than it is long. Just slightly. Very slightly rounding error. Well, someone's ought to be mad at that. And I know I flooded this with water for a very good reason. That I've completely forgotten. Why is there water in here? Let's say washing. Let's say planning on washing. Oh, I know what I was planning on washing. Sand is what I was gonna wash. How much is this gonna use? Very small amounts. Okay, that's half a bucket per. Yeah, we're never gonna need more plastic at this rate. Don't know why I had an itch to mass produce sand. And now I have too much. Like, way too much. That was the right recipe. I'm not making a pickaxe for once. And since it's raining, it's actually a great time to plan this out. Shield comes off during farming. Never considered that as a possibility, to be honest. Oh. Fortune 3. No, I can't waste. Not exactly sure why not, but just know I can't. Oh, and if you use the other one, you can only do... Oh, that's so... I told you I would make a pickaxe, didn't I? I can't get the stone back from this, right? Oh, gravel? Perfect. Never happened. Sorry, my brain is like hardwired to make a pickaxe. No, it is occurring to me that I'm going to need a power source that's constant suddenly. Didn't think about that. Get some nice salt water. Put it in the farm. There, I need to... Well, you know. I don't even think this pump's ever gonna get used. What? I might need coal. Yeah, put this in here. I can't even use it in my hotbar, so it goes in a more useful spot. Working well, I see. anyone asks, I got carried away. How did I... Alright, well. This is absolutely a fine distance. Now I know there's a block placer. Would that have helped? Yes. Would I have had to make a block placer? I'll say yes. And I don't think you need to. Don't is a strong word, I know, but I think it should be okay. If I go in here. Like I still have the Manhattan project on the list. Which is kind of funny, then I'm like, yeah, I'm building a nuke. Anyways, time for a quick farming break. Unholy intelligence. Which is so many ender pearls. And diamonds, too. I forgot what I was doing. Damn it. No, I was gonna look at the modules I could make. Which I should just be able to figure out, I guess, right here. Yep. Right there is using telemetry. Simple enough. Now this full farm is fully watered. Learn from a friend, water a parrot. Don't mention that one. I learned from a friend, right, that apparently water actually has a reach of 9 blocks in any direction. I was like, wow, that's pretty wild, but it does. So, I'm doing 5, because I think it would look nicer with symmetry. No symmetry, just ignore how it's exactly 1 block off. I don't care enough. There we go. Fully tilled and ready. Did this one guy actually have all the scary discs on him? I just realized. Totally did. I want some biomass from the stuff I can't use. And I guess some residual iron. Will it be useful out? No, I don't think so, but whatever. Potatoes. And I want to keep at least a stack in reserve. Now, besides the fact that that's currently impossible, it won't stop me from trying to keep at least 1 in reserve. Okay, well, it's clearly getting a little dark now because this guy showed up. Sleep time. Is it safe to sleep? Guess so. Shouldn't TP on fire? Oh, fire. Oh, never mind. You know what's occurring to me, right? How the hell did it get in my base? It's the one who tried to shoot me in my sleep, isn't it? Is it a waste to do it in the Fragment Forge? Yes. Do I want to do it in the Fragment Forge? Also yes. Let's jump the line then. Completely. God, I could just make bone meal. Should speed things along a little bit. That's why I didn't want to put them on the inner bit. I'll fix that later. Right now? Potatoes. Lots of potatoes. I don't know if I ever want to do wheat. I went down oil, not biofuels, so the answer is probably no, but how is a man to know? Alright, mass potato time. Pretty good haul, right there. Yes sir, it's a great haul. Now these can go back into the farm. I'll fix that later. Alright, by the time I start working on some of the components in there, next up will be a block destroyer. Which I'm now realizing I kind of skipped a little bit. Anyways. I already made 2 of these, so how hard could a third be? I'm out of steel. Huh? Out of steel? That doesn't sound right. So I'm gonna have to throw like a ton of coal, like coke dust in there and burn. I mean, that wouldn't be hard to do, mind you. Just take some iron. I'm also out of iron. Am I out of iron? No, you have it. Or had it. Look at that all go. Anyways, pulverizer time. You, mine. It's gonna take a diamond to make a farm. Fine. This processing unit's very important. It's for... Good question. I'll get back to you. No motors, no laser. There's no way I'm out of motors again. I'm not. So why did you say? Alright, laser time. Lens acquired. Now lens becomes something far better than I could even imagine. That was a lie, it really won't. And I'm out of motors. Fine. I'm out of steel as well. Not as fine, if you ask me. I should have an iron reserve somewhere. Probably. I don't know why I wouldn't. It's just not in this bin. Is it in this bin? No, no. I am out of iron. Oh, but there's some more in the queue. Okay, we're fine then. Nickel. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty good on redstone. What about you guys? No reason I can't just, you know. Really do need more iron though. For now, 11 should be okay. I've never set up copper, have I? Just a few item sorters. I don't think I ever mentioned it, but essentially it's just a row of item sorters that plop to in, comes out. Alright, next up, steel. Now for steel, I'm gonna need a powder, which means I'm gonna need trees. Fortunately, trees are not rare. I believe I was gonna make a tree farm. Yeah, so much for that plan. I mean, I'm sure it would have been nice to have automated trees and such, but, well, now it's directly contending with the fact that, well, my chainsaw can get stacks of wood in mere seconds, not including bone meal even. just better. It's just better to chop your own trees with that chainsaw. Technically there is an axe version of this pickaxe, but the only thing it does more is damage, not really... Maybe it insta-chops trees, but you have to be crouching anyways, so... I don't see the point. Big pickaxe. That's gonna take a moment to regrow then. This mistake needs to be burned. Oh, we kept the progress too. I think there's actually supposed to be circuit boards going in there. But normally I do bulk crafting of them, so I'm not sure what happens. I'm gonna need 8. Did that mean I produced 1 extra? Shush. You always need at least another one. It's from my experience. Oh, get some silicone waffles. I mean, come on, it kind of sounds like it, does it not? I need 8, yes. Oh shoot, I need more netherite. Well, netherite. More like platinum, but... Shoots, I forgot. I need to make 4. My inventory management has steadily degraded over a rather long period of time, and it's now really bad. Anyways, I need 8, so that means this thing's gonna actually have to run again. Speaking of the devil, it seems I already had 8, which can only imply that I've already planned that out. Oh well. Oh, and I guess this is technically slowly draining it. Letting this run again. Hmm. More wash, I suppose. There's wash production. I forgot about those. There's a lot of processing between. Ow. And now this will run for a good while. This is a pretty convenient way to get rid of excess naphtha. However, I believe it's actually really efficient. No, it's a bucket per. So it's 24 buckets of naphtha. Well, it seems to be letting them free up again, producing even more fuel, although that has a ways to go, and I'm actually still running it, so we're not going to back up soon, which is great. Also, this takes like a full bucket per, doesn't it? It does. No, but this thing is really good on capacity. There we go, coal dust. Yeah, I'll get back to that. Four more. Steel acquired. So here's a neat organizational fact about me in my backpack. Right. Oh, this is gonna sound really dumb. Probably because it is. But I like to give less important items less organization priority. As in, if I don't care as much, I'm not gonna try as hard. I'm also out of nickel. Serious? There's a fresh sack. sure I can find a use. Seems to be good. I sure hope this is enough motors, because crafting them is not expensive, it's annoying. I don't know what to do with this pump. Believe it or not, I had a hard time making these block destroyers than when I was making the pickaxe. Here we go. Behold. How do I expect things to come pre-built in this mod? Whoa. 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 Was it built backwards? It was not built backwards. I think. No animation. Nice. So there's add-ons for this. And now that's what I was checking. I was looking in here for, I believe there's a crop mod somewhere. That was probably it. Crop filter. That one circuit board that I said would probably come in handy, but I never even knew if it would. Well, I need to read up on this. Yeah, it sounds perfect. The farming destroyer. Alright, more progress now. To these, which then need diamonds. Fun stuff. Anyways, now that this is built, I can get to looking into other things I could add. Hunter, no. Actually, wouldn't that just let me make... I have no idea what you would need that for. Should I make one of these for fun? wouldn't be the most expensive I could do, but I think some speed add-ons would make it helpful. I just want to know what this wants to do right off the bat. That's a fluid pipe. That should not be budging the power line. This is really the nearest power point. And the risk of a blackout is so pitifully low, I don't really care. So it should be... Oh, it is. Well, what are you gonna do? I was looking for this potato right here. Definitely need some speed. But that block placer I wouldn't need. Don't ask me how, don't ask me why, but I suddenly think I really need it. And if you can believe it, it needs circuits, and also it needs one of these! Ah! Fine. Let me guess, this one's one too? No, just a block placer. So you have to be special. It's fine. I'll just shift the whole farm in one. How? Oh, you guys are hopping the rails. Oh, it's cold. Yeah, it's gonna be -20 something tonight. I'm not dealing with you guys. You can burn for all I care. Bed, bed, bed. Is that supposed to happen? I slid off the bed. That's a new one. Also, my melons take a long time to grow. Nothing like burning flesh to wake you up in the morning. Oh, hey, that's mine. I don't want to dig a moat around my farm, you know. I'm just gonna, like, not use this part of the farm, I think. I'm just gonna pre-obsolescent it. What are you doing? You're literally killing yourself to inconvenience me. That doesn't seem very wise. Yeah, just die trying. Hold on, what? Isn't this supposed to, like, not run if the frame's not completed? That's why I have mob griefing off. Not too bad, you're gonna either have a machine or you're gonna like it. Someone explain to me how I shortened it and yet I'm missing 2? Oh, you're kidding me. Unless I never actually shortened it, which I didn't. It would actually make a lot of sense if you think about it. This is the new length. follow said length. Be happy about new length. And lie about actually being happy about new length. So that thing seems to be really satisfied with what it's doing, so I'm just not going to interrupt it. And that's the block placer. And this module, literally never gonna get used. I kid you not, I don't think I'll ever find another use for this. Unless I make a tree farm. I guess then it would be okay, but... Wait, you're not good? What's wrong? It's a machine frame. Oh, yeah. Because I have a hodgepodge frame. I get that. So I guess once it's running, it doesn't really care if it's not accurate. It just wants to get reinstated. Is there even a point in filtering it? It's potatoes or potatoes. What about the rotten ones? I can probably sort those out of the system. You're gonna want power too. Very well. Did you have any add-ons underneath? Well, never mind then. Now where am I gonna put this conveniently? This is gonna be a fun project. The only problem I have, I mean, it should never run out of potatoes. It's literally an infinite potato source, if you think about it. So, it should just be okay with this. Yes. Okay, first chest, no, first chest is this one. Let's not blow up the base yet. I mean, I am making a nuke, but I do plan to use the nuke responsibly. Enough. That seems to have worked. Could I have routed that from the generator? I'm not changing that now. It's just a lot of resources to make a farm, that's all. Now it should be getting fully automated. Yes. I need to move another water as well. And also retail some dirt, quite a lot of it. It's gonna take a while to turn on. Just potatoes. Out of steel. Well, good thing this is done. What a steal. Yeah, that should help. 32 steel. And now steel. Help me make one of these. And still not even useful. I'm sorry, why did I say it's connected? That's not even okay. That is now running off of Bluetooth for speed. Perfect. Guess the only thing left to do is grab a copious quantity of bone meal and just go to town. Nothing like playing on the farmlands of giant robots. I'm doing my part, what about them? I didn't realize the water was only barely enough to cut it. I always like farming potatoes, it's the #1 crop I go to. Second is melons. Melons are low maintenance, but potatoes are really good foods. Yes, I know it's like a radical error I made. I don't care. More potatoes. That is really just a claw holding a potato, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Perfect. Now I'll have enough food for the trial chamber. I did not consider the fact that that thing takes a second to break the blocks too. It might be wise to put another speed module on it. I could also check on an efficiency module if I was poor, which I am not. Yes, I have vendetta against efficiency modules, but I could be putting more speed. For example, boom, a second speed module. And we got apparently some stone was placed inside. Wait, is this still part of the frame as well? Oh, because that never got reinstated. Please stop. That'd be great. Thank you. Look at it go! Now it's on the new scale. It shouldn't do strange things. Great. Potatoes again. Now, to be fair, this is a lot of work for one person. I'm not one person, so this is fine, but you know. Bone meal seemed to make it happy though. I am never farming like normal again. I mean, I kind of did already do some normal farming, but that's just to kickstart it faster. I'm very tempted to now leave an AFK while I eat. reasonably could automate a melon farm. It's just melon farms are really kind of janky to set up on large scale. For a small scale thing, they're really easy. Large scale, well, melon farms are whiny. They're not really efficient to grow outside of what you've seen grow, so... yeah, but hey, now we have potatoes. How many potatoes? None. Unless you can't poison us. Which, we'll just refine. Yo, he has music too? No, but he's dead. Ah, that's some high-end dudes right there. I would say torn at the seams, but there's probably none left. Where was that Enderman, though? You play this pack, you always look for Endermans, suddenly. I'm sorry, a villager, huh? Off of me, off of me. I could get a fertilizer. Why? Did it just spawn in? I thought I slept. Ugh. I could get a fertilizer module and make it even faster. But I mean, this is just a lot of base speed. I mean, it wouldn't be hard per se. Actually, yeah, I'd have to run the energy pipes here. Not, please. Yeah, that's a little much. See, the problem is I'm gonna have to run the energy pipes over, and I'm a little bit lazy. I guess I could do the fluid pipes if I really wanted to. Which I don't really want to. It would be a bad idea. Do I really need potatoes that fast, though? Not really, I mean... it does process pretty damn fast. Honestly, a quarry doesn't seem too terribly expensive. My only issue is it's just going to require me to move it a lot. That's kind of not fun. That's one thing I like about the create mod. When you make a quarry, it just sort of compensates and moves with it. An hour from fuel burn is literally constant. Which is if AFK, this farm will eventually burn for all of its fuel. We can remedy this by just making more fuel. It wasn't naphtha that was the problem though, so... yeah, acid is once again kind of backed up. Which is good. I want to go get a lot of iron at the end of the day. Yeah, it's a little inconvenient. Could always just do this and then burn tons of acid really fast. That's why you don't see me flaring the acid. It's when I use it, I'm going to use it in excess. I could crush this, right? No. Can I crush you? No. Can I crush you? No, well... I guess I could still double it. How is that better, though? I guess it's slightly better. Well, you need endless flux, which is automatable. It's just not fun. That gives me 3, which I can then grind it to 3 instead of 4. I don't need 4, I think. That's 3. It's like a rounding error better. And although I really like making my design better, grinding air is just not going to cut it for me, you know? It has to be more than that. Gotta be way more. Just a silly number. There's that. There's those. I thought it'd be a lot better than that. Ooh, that's kind of nice. And now I'll let these guys figure it out. Redo some of that. Some of this then. Are you on nickel? Yes. Look at all those resources. And how much effort I have to put in at this point. This is going to use a lot of acid, which means we're going to be making a lot of fuel. Yeah, it's probably already doing way better. This is not the most efficient recipe for fuel. That would involve a lot of sand instead of catalyst beads, but it's a technicality, kinda. We're barely breaking even. Surprising. You want a yield module? I could happily add it. Check the yield module. I mean, it would make sense if you put a yield on a quarry, it would yield more. And it's green. It's Fortune 1. Well, I mean, now we're getting fortune on potatoes. I'm not gonna say no. They're pretty easy to make. Well, easy. By easy. So not easy. Finally get to use. Let's look at how much base arrows are in Minecraft. Way too expensive. That is another yield mod. What can I say? They're just super great. There we go. Somehow managed to put fortune on a farm. Yep, that makes sense. How inefficient is this? Whoa, that's one generator. That is a full generator of power. Do you know how I started this by talking about steam? I think maybe I should convert one of these to a farm generator and make it run steam, and then the runoff can go back to the base. I think that might be smart to do. Or maybe put it on its own subgrid as well. I guess only power needs a subgrid. Because if the power grid goes out, oh, that's fucked. Well, it's a brownout. It's not completely destroyed if it's a brownout, but it's only mostly. Just more than I would like. Let's add a crop fertilizer mod, but it's not terrible. I'm kind of tempted to just leave it like this. Actually, if this is outspeeding the placer. I'll think about it. If anything, I should put fortune again on this. Make it even faster. But until, I don't know. Right, I don't know. You know, I think I will use this this furnace and make me another automatic generator. These bad boys. Oh, silicon's supposed to be the better one. These are both extremely cheap in my mind. Which one do I make? Do I make the cheap one or the cheap one? They're both cheap. I guess platinum's... I could also process more into silicone. This technically does with my waste, which is kind of funny that I built this one purely for waste management. But it's true, it was for waste management. Placer, so that one always gets the first dib. I think if I just have it like placed like this, maybe. I don't know. You already know where I want this furnace, and I know I just place it there, don't I? Cook place for it would be nice. Just built my stove like this. Why not, right? This thing is not producing enough. That's why. I didn't open storage. Anyways, that's potatoes and light. Yeah. Thing's good. Although I'm using a lot of power now. Like, you can see they're moving at the same speeds, it's just now it gets staggered. I guess if anything's gonna fall behind, I'd rather it be more efficient when it falls behind. Power-wise than anything. I mean, it doesn't even need to be fast. So yes, I'm gonna take this as an excuse that it needs a second yield module. Obviously, that's the only lesson I'm gonna take from this. Come on, people. It should be obvious. Let's go. Does this give it fortune too? Yep. Cool. For us, easy knowing I have a more efficient food source. One that involves eating a lot of potatoes. And this thing's like pretty much always going to be running then. That's super cool. thinking of melancholy for some reason. Really could use a speed enhancement in there. Maybe I'll chuck one in. I like the convenience of it though. Could run the cable under and chuck it in, but that seems quite wasteful. I could lift it up one and use an extra cable, which would be kind of funny if you think of it. Should I just make this like really tall for no reason? My brain said yes, and now I must commit. Up it goes. Is this optimal? Probably not, but it's funny. Yep, perfect. That's not your speed model. That's... Oh, I probably put on my finer. That thing uses so much power already. You know what? I'll just... Oh, okay, well, if you want to be fancy, I guess. Now it's super fast. Now it's just really aggressive. No glass. Seems like a problem for a furnace to fix. You're still waiting for the expensive stuff, yes? Yes. Please don't be asking for a lot, it's asking for 8. Well, man could dream. That's not exactly what I had in mind. More food. Okay, now actually in hindsight, this thing's really fast after it got up to speed. Like, really fast, which I already knew, it's just... Well, I wanted it to be really fast, and now I feel like it might be a little too fast. Is this just me, or is that just popping off? You know what I mean? Just lifting a little bit off the model. To the point where you can kinda at the right angle see underneath it. Yeah, like that. Okay. I guess time up to forget about this thing forever, basically. Because I have all the food I'll probably need. Feels good. Yes, these. Unfortunately, these should be the final tier. Let's put 200 RF per tick. Yep, nuke's on its way. What am I gonna nuke? Not a clue. I have no targets. But it's gonna be the first trial chamber, but now I realize you can put the two together. You know, it's not as appealing. I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, I mainly did that as like a joke, but I'm kind of tempted to leave it. It doesn't need speed. Admittedly, this does. Now it's just out of place. I like it. good for a good time. Good amount of time. Now I have a whole no-fly zone. It's gonna make flying a lot harder. At least it's reliable enough to compensate. Or was it 9 across, not 9 in every direction? I can't ever remember. Yeah, you see how they're neck and neck right now? That's because the breaker has to stop every time it breaks. Placer does not, so they're eventually gonna lap. In a while, though. And this I could use for water, I just can't be bothered. And you're full of plastics. I don't know what to do with that. Seems to be working well. And working. I guess it does stop, but not as long. Yeah, see how they're catching up a little bit? Because that's the one downside of potatoes. You do get a little bit of waste. But what's waste but a more cheap steel, you know, as if I don't have enough coal or something. Or more plastics, but plastics are actually kind of a waste product of my oil setup. The real, like, I knew naphtha was not the most useful, but, like, it's kind of the main waste product at the moment. Also for reference on how slow these things are, that's how fast it's burning. With the farm running constantly, at the least. Just to say, this thing's incredibly efficient. No, we don't do that. That's the nuke done. Navies, I'm admittedly kind of curious. I want to make some copper gems. Oh, and also the nuke. For that I need TNT, which is... Yep, perfect amount, I believe. And that's a nuke. Dun, dun, dun. I really should not be trusted with this. Although it would be kind of funny. It's also really cheap, which I'm not sure how to feel about. And I could go mining in the nether for copper. Because believe it or not, those really bad gold deposits in the nether are actually a great source of copper right now. I'm not joking. Very interesting. That's pretty fast. And I'm going to be using the nickel recipe because I have a slight surplus of nickel. This is safe. Probably. Alright, well, nickel time it is. I have no idea why you would use the diamond recipe by default. It is an awful recipe, but like that one by default. What if you get those carbon plating blocks? Do this. Reactor walls. How do I get there? Oh, these are kind of expensive, but kind of good. Ah yes, the glowing green barrel. Absorber. That's a new one. And then of course the fuel input, not output, but input is the green glowing barrel. Uh-huh. Why does it need opaque itemite pipes? I don't... Ice. Well, I know how to make ice. I just need a chiller. Maybe I should just go for nuclear endgame. Energy port. That sounds useful. Then all my diesel will become waste product. Redstone port. You know, I think this would actually be useful on a reactor. I'm surprised how cheap the control panel is compared to the neutron reflectors. I mean, the heat absorbers aren't even listed. It's probably safe. Maybe. I mean, I've dealt with reactor stuff before. I've dealt with reactor stuff before. It's really not that bad if you know what you're doing, but I don't. So it really is actually that bad. Strange thing. Actually, they seem to be in decent... Nope, that's already gone past. Never mind. Just imagine this chest has some stuff in it. Oh. The answer was yes. Nickel, more nickel. How fickle. It at least feels like ridiculously cheap. Although not as cheap as this, but cheap. I still fully believe that, you know, Steam reactor thing, that's like significantly better. Oh well. I said this run I will not be going for shield fire. No, that's not needed for shield fire, and we're not always for shield fire, but don't skip the shield fire like I did. It's not really all that much better. Also, this is now an antiquated melon farm and serves no purpose. Like this potato farm, which is new and serves no purpose. Yeah, I'll research like a tiny reactor, maybe a 3x3, 5x5. I don't need like a huge brick after all. I mean, okay, to be fair, these things are pretty massive, but I don't know. No, this has changed to naphtha then. Obviously this has not been running, so who cares, but this is now burning naphtha. Oh, I can see the diesel starting to appear. It's 14 buckets per. Not bad, not bad. It's just I have so much naphtha, it's already overfilled. So I want to just start flaring it for the generators. Which again, if you think about it, is a great reason to not need a reactor. Because I'm not actually at power threshold, but I mean, I could just say, you know, screw this byproducts, I'll just, who cares, but eh. I like checking on it too much. It actually runs great. The thing is, I can't see a single point where a reactor would actually be useful. Except for, like, extreme automation is the thing. Like, I don't think I'd like hold control, but I don't know. And these would be the heat pipes and the heat absorbers. So this is clearly the better option than the heat vent. But what I think is ice would be not too bad. Ooh, ooh. Oh, that's actually not bad. So you can make this really dense, but again, like, I'm always going to compare this to using a refinery and being like, okay, I want to do the lava recipe where we make, you know, steam, like an absolute fuck ton of steam. That has to be cut in half, both to make shield fire better and also because steam power is way too powerful. Like, I was literally deleting diesel and naphtha in my other save because there's no reason to burn them. Actually, I'm gonna cut it here for the day, guys. It's been fun, and I got the fancy pickaxe and a nuke. But in the Oritech 1, right, besides this, right, here's some waste diesel being used in 2 tanks. I fly over here to the farm set never got built. And this is all bottlenecked, probably. Oh, not because of the diesel, it's because of the naphtha. Yeah, this is all bottlenecked because diesel for the centrifuge, I mean, centrifuge wasn't using it, this is using it as its sole power source for everything. As you can probably tell, it's actually really damn efficient about it. So I've just sort of been running the refineries like this. Naphtha acid stuff, and I was just taking this. Actually, I could show you. Like, I would just fly up here, take some naphtha, fly down here to my base that was using wheat, which I was not too happy about. Fly over and be like, yep, more waste naphtha. And then you have some waste fuel fire that never got used, that I thought I would actually use, never did. Could use it in there. Mineral slurry waste. From my centrifuge setup, as you can see here, it was a lot less automated and it did not work too well. And it only used water initially, which is what this pump here is for. So it's super busy. Spare refiner for me, because this actually took over my original refiner. And power was shield fire, and I realized you can actually double the amount of sulfuric acid you produce using this with only 1. Yeah, basically says it. So I'm like, okay, I'll just do this. And as you can see here, the steam is always pinned at maximum. I mean, it's not very efficient. What's this? If we ignore the flickering, that's over 10,000 FE per tick. Yeah, 10,000. So that's 10 kilo RF per tick. And this thing, barely even using it in terms of buckets. I mean, yeah, that depletes fast, but wait for it. Max. I mean, come on. Sure, I know I have a steam buffer and all, but like, that's barely using steam. To the point where I was often flaring steam, like, aggressively. Cause I'm like, oh, what do? I have too much steam. Look at all the steam I have. So I'm like, I don't know. Steam, if you want to do this right, steam, absolutely. It's a negligible amount of lava for an incredible amount of steam. And how much does this actually drain? Nothing. Okay, cool. And it just keeps cycling. And each time it uses, like, what, a bucket of lava, that's it? Like, I refill this once in a blue moon. This could probably keep up with it if I or no, maybe like twice of that. Easy keep up. So, compared to just having like 4 of these, compared to a nuclear reactor, I think this would have a higher power output. Go geothermal, I guess. But this base had its flaws, I'll say. Why do you have plutonium dust in you? Yeah, I just had so much naphtha to work with. It was insane. And I also had diesel down here, but the diesel's just been moved up to the particle accelerator that I built. That is not functional, mind you. As you can see here, these are just super slow. I mean, I guess the generator's backed up, but... technically this should be scooched by 1. Also, I have this acceptor add-on, which mainly just gives it more storage by quite a bit. Yeah. What are you supposed to be without? 20 to 25, okay. It's not a ton, but it is technically an improvement. I mean, this is the main use of power, and I guess, yeah, having something better than this would be better, but again, I just wanted to flare diesel. Not well, mind you, just do it. Just does it right. Sounds fun. But what else is there? Maybe one of these I can make? It's already kind of dumb looking, but okay. And these would just... what is this? Power banks. Oh, so this is just the base one. Could chuck one of those on, put more speeds on, you know. I don't know, man. This whole thing was meant to run dirty. And that's the thing. There's some, like, a lot of, like, the best power. Oil gives you waste power. Like, a waste output of it is just straight up power. And nuclear doesn't even give you anything good. Like, I know in other mods it's like Eulorium, and then that gives you, like, Cynesium or something ridiculous. I don't know. But at least that had a use for a nuclear reactor along with power, and there was no steam was king in that either. And you want to only really run steam around this margin. It's way overproduced. It's even just at half. I don't know. It's not my mod, but I don't know. I just do not find that this, like, power is not an issue, so a reactor is not useful. If a reactor is just not useful, then what's the point of making more power? And I could even show in this world, right? Testing world, like, yeah, you could use steam and, hey, look how much more efficient this is, right? But then it's always using it. It's just permanently using diesel at this point. But then again, steam is king. I mean, I want to try the reactor, but I'm just like, compared to all the other power options, it seems like the least valuable and most dangerous one. And for shield fire, I mean, you saw how much steam I was producing there. I could rig it for shield fire, make even more power. I don't know. Frankly, it just sounds like just slap speed modules on the problem and it's gone. Bit of a shame, but oh well. That's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess.